Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to be doing a stream today, as is my habit on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Although it's a little bit different today because I have something going on at 1, and so I have to cut it short. So we're going to see how that works. Firstly, let's fool around with my windows a little bit, and I want to put on a little note saying that my stream time is more limited than usual. So that's going to be in OBS. It's going to be, let's see, go over to coding stream. Add a text. Nope, not 9. So let's see about making this not be a white text. Or indeed as giant as that. And let's see, what would be good? Which ones do I even use? Dost. I use Gij. And that shows up very weirdly. I don't know what's quite going on with that. Oh, actually, yes, I totally do. We got a fancy multicolor text already. So that, assuming I can set it somewhere that can be seen. Good enough. A little blurry, but whatever. I can get this out of its way. So yeah, my idea for today, since I don't get to spend as much time today, is I want to sort of squirrel around doing some maintenance stuff. And it is coding stuff. But I want to start using my first attempts at console X so that I can start exploring what that actually does. And among the things that I'm going to want to do is update what I've got for console 6, which is the update where it more accurately represents the mathematics of the numbers, and console 9, which uses math that I have never actually used before, and is also making heavy use of, as you can see, the golden ratio. Well, actually, you can't see this part, but you can if I move it. Also, we're going to have a lot of extraneous noises today, for at least a time. That hiss was not a snake attacking me. It was, in fact, a radiator. Because if you have a look at my wood stove, you will see it is dark today because this is a day for getting it maintained. It needs to get chimney swept. And that's why I have to cut off early. It's always that kind of thing. I think I'm probably not that unusual of a YouTuber, even though I'm not like really a YouTuber as an employment. I do my coding and software things. That's what that's about. The Patreon is not really about me YouTubing so much as it is about people liking me, giving them new plugins and stuff. But all the same, I think I've got some things in common with those folks. And one of them is you wind up being sort of restricted to your house and with no life, to the point where if somebody comes in, it freaks you out. And so anytime I have something like recently oil burner, the very oil burner that is causing the steam radiators to blast off so much, having that be cleaned and fixed up was also a really weird experience, because I'm not used to people being here. That's just not normally how my life rolls. So anytime I have something like that, anytime I have, a burner cleaning or chimney sweeping, and to make matters, well, I don't want to call it worse. It's not fair. But at one point, and by one point I mean for years on end, there is a chimney sweep that I used, a guy named Ian Conway, who ended up getting to know me real well and was fascinated with all the music stuff, and was a singer in apparently a rock and roll choir that's somewhere in this vicinity as well. So anytime he came out, he might hang around for a while, and he retired because he's older than me, and was certainly too old to be running around climbing on people's roofs. And he didn't have to with me because I burned the wood stove real hot, and it didn't require a lot of sweeping or cleaning. Oh, come to think of it, I am overlooking something. And what I should do is I'll do that thing and then get back to my work. I had decided that what I wanted to do was remove the internal bits of the stove that the guy would have to remove. And I've also cleaned the glass so he doesn't have to do it, and just make things a little easier because this is a new person. I've been referred to a different chimney sweep because the previous guy retired, and this is the first time I meet him. So he was very nice on email and stuff. And if he is vouched for by the previous guy, then I have reason to believe he's good and fine and a desirable choice. But all the same, it's still weird and awkward. In any case, what I'm going to want to do here is take out some of these wood stove parts. And here's one. There is a metal bit here. And then having removed that, I can probably get, that looks like I can, yes. I'm wrapping these together very gently because I do not want them to crack. These are soapstone. They are soapstone fire brick, and they make a sort of roof over the stove between the burn area and the flue and the damper and stuff. So I can just tuck these things over here. And that way I can tell the fellow that I sort of got it started for him, and he'll probably want to put them back for me. But that is something that I wanted to do because I knew that the guy was coming at 1. And the other thing that I wanted to do today is And I'm not fooling about how it's really challenging um, living that YouTuber lifestyle where you never see anybody. And I'll tell you, like, I couldn't sleep past about 3 or so this morning. It messed with me really hard. So I'm severely sleep deprived as well, and we will just do the best we can with all of that. Because what I'm looking to be able to do today is some of this Console 9 stuff, and in particular the Console X stuff. I've got a number of ideas around that. One of them is I might just want to update the panning for Console X. That being one where I know I'm going to have a pan knob on it, but the difference between that and something like Console 0, Console 0 uses the shifting of bits technique that I've got, which has some advantages in that it also cuts down your options for where panning stuff can be placed. Thing is, Console X is going to be doing so much that I can't justify using that form of panning on it. It's really quite intense as far as my concept going forwards with Console X. And I'll close these things or put them aside, or I'm not even sure what I'm doing. We'll figure it out. So my idea with Console X is currently to run with my little, as you can see, I continue to change this around. It started out being very colorful and now it's not. Now it is a 8 slider control and they are outlined in grayscale. So there is a, it's probably going to be light body and foundation. I got to figure out something that's not strictly EQ names, because using that Air 3 means that it's no longer treble per se that's being manipulated. The behavior acts as if it's not actually changing treble at all. And so I need to recalibrate what that is. And thankfully, it is going over pretty well. Like the responses I'm getting from people, there's a particular response that I'm getting, which I'm quite happy with, which is that people are more excited about it cutting treble than boosting, which is real interesting. And what I'm thinking with that is that fits pretty well with Console X, because the whole idea from Console X is everything has to run through a submix, and it'll be a sort of 4-pole ultrasonic filter, much like Console 8, but only the submix will have the input and output controls. And I'd been fooling with how I've got it set up, but I'm using something weird, which I think is actually more like the Triangulate plugin, where what I've got in Console X right now is not serving as a really accurate console plugin pairing. It's really not being restored to normalcy again. And I feel like Console 9 is going to be a better source for that. Failing that, I can always fall back on Sine and ArcSine as a really pure quality for the that processing. So many thoughts, but like I said, my thought on the pan thing, and it would probably be worth me going and looking up what pan laws, how I would constitute doing pan laws given stereo information in the first place. But I can't really justify doing the shifting a bits thing, because console X is doing so much already. There's so much involved. It's doing a distributed form of filtering. It's doing a distributed form of the discontinuity. And, oh gosh, I haven't even put that out yet, have I? Well, it'll be coming soon. I'm doing everything as fast as I can. And when I say distributed form of discontinuity, what I mean is that the one that is going out, not disintegrate, which offers many more layers of it, but the one that's calibrated to set distortion levels and behaviors related to sounding correct at various amplitudes, that runs 3 stages of the effect. So if I have a channel submix bus topology, that means that I can then go and bust the 3 stages of discontinuity, 1 per each section. And that'll cut down the latency somewhat relative to using a full layer of it in every single thing. But it also means that the sound of every instrument coming through a mix is going to have its own little topology, and it'll depend upon what the instrument is, where it's starting, how loud it is when it starts, what it passes through, and there will be distinct submixes set up for layers of depth, like different kinds of reverbs and stuff, which is there's reverb stuff that I would like to try to do. In particular, there are some plate reverb experiments that I'd like to try to do. And the possibility for that only starts with being able to do retro things, like, say, if you wanted to really accurately reproduce, like, Cream's Disraeli gears, for instance, you would set it up so that the guitars and amps and bass and drums all come off like they're about 20 foot away, and they have a room reverb on them. And then the vocals will tend to have a different kind of reverb. They maybe have a plate or something on there. And, they'll have effects, but they're being framed differently. The amplitude is not necessarily, like, you're going to have a different effect if you have, like, a Cream ballad, hey Lorenzo, where it's being sung more gently, compared to if you were trying to do the sound of, say, Led Zeppelin with Robert Plant belting at about the same level and framing as the amps and things. And it said that at a Led Zeppelin concert, the PA failed and you could still hear Robert over the band. And, well, not over the band, but you could still hear him in there. And that would mean framing things differently, running things to different submixes depending upon where in the plane of space the thing is supposed to be. And I feel like that could also be a natural match for doing stuff like, for instance, space ambient music. I see no reason why you couldn't do some really cool ambient music where you'd have your reverby wash of noise and drone and stuff, and that could be set to a really deep, really reverby space. But then you have a parallel submix going on where the submix is like little spaceship readout noises and things, and quiet but much brighter, and framed in such a way where you do really get the sense of, like, oh, and these little sounds are in a cockpit, but these big sounds are part of the distance. It could make a really awesome method for producing, and I listen to folks sometimes who produce genre music like that. Like for Eternal Dystopia, I was listening to just this morning. They were doing a sort of arc ambient where there's a big picture of some kind of abandoned ship, and the music is basically just drone ambient, but they're doing it in such a way that it's gratifying and sounds good. But you could also do that and then include different sound spaces overlaid over it. And I would enjoy playing with that, particularly because jumping into like ambient stuff, I could be doing that in Reaper using the VCV Rack plugin that I've got, i.e. not with all of my fancy gear, but with stuff that people can actually have just by downloading it. I'd kind of like that. I'd kind of like exploring some of those things and seeing what I can make happen with accessible tools. And of course, you know that when I do recordings using my regular studio, there's my secret project that I've sometimes mentioned, which I won't give the name, although this time I'll give you the identity of it. The secret project is the secret website that I've got where all of my songs have all of the project files and downloads and sound. Well, actually, I left the project files out, but all of the recordings that I've done are findable there and downloadable. They live in my media file, which has lots more space than I'm actually using with plugins because my plugins are not very large. And that means if somebody likes a guitar chord that I played, you can have it. And that kind of rounds out the intention of giving people the ability to work with stuff. My hope is that to the extent that people even know that exists, because I want to anti-promote it. I don't want people running around and being like, let's everybody go and remix Chris's tracks using this. It's like, no, that's not what I want you to do. I want people to do the, oh God, what's the name of the guy? James Blake style remixing, where you kind of start with the thing and then go off on a complete tangent and you can't recognize it anymore. That's what I would like to see. And that's quite easy to do because people are used to just manipulating stuff like mad. But I probably will also use my own stuff and remix it in that way myself at some point, kind of like I did with Skronk back in the day. And we'll see how all of that works out. But again, I'm going to be limiting what I do with some of the Airwindows-isms in Console X because it's going in the direction of other Airwindows-isms, namely the making layers of sound processing. And that's kind of what I was talking about when I held up the control surface, this control surface. I held this up for a reason. I've changed the little keycaps on there. They're not keycaps, they're slider caps, but those things. Because I had an all color-coded kind of thing. And then I ended up with actual purpose for all of the sliders on here. Namely, the white sliders are like EQ, but kind of not, because they're Air 3 and also a layer of Kalman, and I still need to experiment with that. Then there is a mid, which acts kind of like the MCI style mid, but it's modified to some extent. And that always exists on the middle control, except for if you cut the global mids and leave only that one peeping through. I'm probably going to need to make it so if you pull the level back all the way, that part deletes itself. But then the other one is the Kalman setting, which will determine. I do not think it is possible at all to make a discontinuity version that is zero latency, and I'll tell you why. It's a frequency modulation, so I have to run a buffer. Then the black control cap, that is for the discontinuity layer, because that's going to be something where everything gets its own dedicated adjustment, and that's one of the things like to be on a channel strip. Then there's another gray one, that will be pan, and it's not likely to be the detented pan like exists with console 0. And then the white one is the fader, and that goes on the channel. But here's the thing. The idea I'm running with for this, and maybe I'm just brain dumping about it because I'm trying to talk myself into it, it occurred to me, wouldn't it be interesting if I did all of this stuff with it, and then the controls worked exactly the same on channels, submixes, and the master bus? Wouldn't that be kind of interesting? So rather than just only having channels, and with channels you have all these controls, and then much like with, the other lettered consoles, the master bus just sums and makes it have the sound, this would be a lot more malleable. And there's probably also some things that I can do regarding not having as much boost on tap for the Air 3 layer. Because here's the thing. I feel like all of those controls still apply on a submix. If you've got the submix and it's like, this is your big ambient thing, so therefore we make our sound by cutting back the light band, the air band. Well, that is said to sound really good. And then supposing you have your other section, and that is taking little tiny sounds that sound like a spaceship cockpit, and that's all supposed to come off as being really close and near rather than being really distant, loud, and huge. You could overlay those things very effectively this way. And what you do is you would take the submix and you would use the submix to further accentuate whatever it is you're doing EQ-wise or tone character-wise, meaning that you could hype the highs on the little detail sound submix, or if you had a vocal and the vocal was going into a submix that gave it a little bit of plate reverb, for instance, well, then you can throw the a little EQ shifting on the plate reverb, whatever it ended up being, and everything that's available on the mid bump, which can either be a cut leaving that mid bump sticking out at regular volume, or it can be you boost that area and then you're boosting only the mid bump. The overall mid range stays the same. So you can either shape with that sweepable mid tonality, or you can pull all the mids out, leaving a detail like that, and or having it set so that it pulls all the mids out and doesn't leave any details at all. And then lastly, on the master bus, you'd still have exactly the same controls. And the idea is that rather than having the control surface available only for channels and then not dealing with anything else, it would be a matter of you're in a DAW designing things and you're designing your whole sound. Set it up to get your sound and then maybe save it that way as a template so you can start that way. But then it should still be possible for, like, in a particular song you go, oh, I've got this layer of guitars on, the second or third or fourth submix, because you can have as many submixes as you want. You could do a new submix for every new layer of depth you wanted to have in the mix. You could then fool with not only the raw sounds, but also multiple stages going through. And then if you weren't satisfied with that, you could still, hype the highs or extreme lows or whatever on the actual master bus, as well as tweaking the pan level of the overall master bus. And the one thing that I also know would have to happen is the overall master bus would be where God, excuse me. The overall master bus would be where you had like, if not full-on 80 clip 8, because that does have its own boost on tap, so you could run it separately. But whatever would be suitable for that, maybe a simpler form of clipper, or maybe there's an optimal 80 clip 8 or a one stage that I could come up with. And in that situation, that would be where the fader comes in handy, because you wouldn't be just sort of attenuating the final bus. That would also be where you could push wherever the overall mix came out and push the final output levels if it wasn't lining up properly. And then on the very end of it, you'd put the meters that I've been working on. And I don't know, man, there's a lot. But for now, what I think I'm going to do is either get started with this or go and make myself another coffee. And that might just be an idea for now. So what I'm going to do is try to firstly find where I stashed where did I put my, it's a stream audio. I can play stuff while I go off and get a cup of coffee or another one. And then when I'm finished doing that, I can come back and start doing this actual coding, which is still maintenance stuff, mind you, but with a, and we shall see. And I'm going to play a little Nuke and Pave, which I believe you'll hear now. That's an album of mine which was originally done as a live performance on a YouTube stream, believe it or not, with all flashy lights and stuff. And back over we go to here. Also, let me put my phone so that I can field calls from the chimney sweep guy if he needs to check in with me or something. He shows up at 1. I also have another thing to do, which I've had too many things to do, far too many things to do. One of them was calling Brattleboro Hospital for blood work because I have a yearly physical checkup coming along, and they want to check me out for various things, and so I have to arrange that. I did that this morning. And I'm also arranging to join some recovery friends of mine in skydiving. I kid you not. You'll see. I'm looking to maybe get all of this stuff done so that I can remix a particular track that I thought would go well with that. And then you'll be surprised at some point by a song. It'll be actually Cliff Diver, but it needs to be a remix. Popping up on my channel with the video from that session, and that'll be pretty amusing. Because people who don't know me personally won't know that that was something I would ever do, and yet a bunch of my friends in real life are very enthusiastic about trying that for the first time, and I'm going to join them. And that's going to be wild, but that's another thing that I have to try to set up today. I think I had done this last year and it got rained out and I never got to do it. So we're going to try again this year. But yeah, it is gonna be one of my more scattered streams, as well as one of the shorter streams, seeing as it says stream until 1 o'clock. And that's fine. It is what it is, and it will be what it will be. And I am not only thinking about what it's going to be like. Do you folks want to have the stream left on right up until the guy comes to start cleaning that very wood stove over there? Because I feel comfortable doing it, but I don't feel comfortable not telling the guy and live streaming him without saying anything. I will need to cut the stream short. It's not really fair to be like, oh, hi, here, come and chimney sweep this wood stove. By the way, you can do it all on TV. We're live. That doesn't seem fair. Maybe he doesn't want to be filmed. So I will have to stop, but I can leave it up until basically the last moment. And I'll say goodbye real quick at that point and shut everything down. At which point I can go and set up the skydiving thing. Ugh. But for now, let's deal with some of this. Here's the things I'm looking at. And some of it seems to have moved about, but that's fine. And this is what I'm looking to do, because like I said, when I set this up, it did not occur to me. And I also need to check something. And maybe I should... Here's the thing. I don't know whether you can tell Reaper to send messages from a control surface to 3 separate plugins, any one of which might be on a particular, like, I mean, if anything could do it, I would imagine it would be Reaper. But I don't know for sure. Actually, you know something? I do think I can check this even without doing anything special. You won't actually hear any of this, but that said, I should be able to open that up. Oh, and we are apparently, yeah, it's playing silence right now. Okay, didn't plan that. We just randomly opened it up and started running the new plugin. And that is silence and slew and zero cross. Which apparently the zero cross for noise looks like this. And if we play it, it's not doing SWB audio capture, but we can in fact send this stuff along, and using a actual drum kit recording with our setup there, you're not hearing it, mind you, but that's what the drums look like run through console LA, and that's what the slews and everything are, and it's all being played back quite loud. So yeah, raw drum sounds don't really generate these bands here are 20 hertz at the bottom, 200 hertz, then 2K, and then 20K right up at the top. So some of our sounds here are producing a great deal of zero cross. But right now I'm not so much worried about that. What I'm wondering is, let's go and plug the control surface back in again. And then let's, oops. We've got that set up, and our control surface seems not to be mapped to this, and I do not know why, but that's okay, because what we're going to do is a test. I want to know if you can set these things. So let's learn treble. Oh, are we not loading the, hang on. Cancel. Let's quit Reaper and start it again. I'll get back to the actual coding in a minute. I really want to find out the result of this experiment, because it has a lot to do as to whether I can make the thing work or not. So let's see. I'll fire up a blank console MC project. That is indeed set up to work. I just needed the control surface to be plugged in. Only then did it end up being okay. But what I also need to do is, let's go to this tape delay. Some of this stuff isn't even going to be capped, but this is an AUX. So this is feeding the master bus, but this works just as well as an AUX. I'm going to be going from a send style topology to something entirely else. But for now, I want to see whether we can make different plugins. And here's our MIDI learn. Respond on the same control that's able to be controlled. And then if I go over to this, that is still able to be controlled. See, we've got all of these on tap. Although weirdly, we're not set up the same. Well, that one's set up anyway. The MC, we've got treble set, and we do not seem to have the mid-peak set the same way. Instead, mid and bass are set to something, but I've left mid-frequency alone. But that is at least the same arrangement with the control surfaces, and the treble and bass and mid are doing roughly the same thing. So it is kind of compatible. And then I've got sends on. You can't really see it very well, but we've got a send here, we've got a send there. So what I'm looking to do is have separate plugins. And I think this is proof of concept, so I am pleased. Separate plugins, and as you can see, it's bouncing them around. But I've got the same control surface send manipulating time on this tape delay. And then I can open it, put it here, and go back to here. Now console MC channel is selected, and it's moving this one, but it's not moving the other one. Then I go back over to the sub, and it's able to move an entirely separate control. Because it's not doing all of the plugins of that type, it's doing what's present on the selected thing, whatever that might be. Meaning that we can go, well, can we though? How do we select the master track? And what happens? So this is the research that will determine whether all of this can work or not. Because that's what I have my heart set on, being able to do this. And we're going to put that on exactly the same control. But so we don't have any of the I have selected the master track. I clicked on it. It does not highlight anything in the arrange window. But all the same, if I click on this area, we get to manipulate this. If I click on this area, it brings up this one, and it's a different plugin. And then if I click on master here, you can't really see it, but if I move it up a little bit, see, instead of here, see that highlighting? There's nothing in the arrange window for being master, and if I just deselect it, I've got nothing selected. But then if I click on here, done. Give my creation life. This could work. I'm using the control surface to manipulate a master control on a console MC bus. And all I'm going to want to do is go through some of these things and maybe have it forget those things. I wonder whether it can. Maybe it can't. Can we, like, forget what I have just set? Yes, we can. Doesn't do it anymore. And now let's also do that for tape delay, because none of these are actually meant to be that. Hey, Andu. Learn time, and let's remove that setting as well. Now that's not doing anything. And with that, let's not even save the project, and let's go back to here. Okay, I feel better about where I'm going because I did not know the answer to that question until I tested it. Turns out it's very straightforward to do what I'm looking to do. And that is a console X with submixes in which the channel plugin, the sub-out plugin, and the bus plugin all have exactly the same controls. So handling the entire mix, you can indeed just do it with the mouse or whatever. But if you have any 8-channel control surface, and those are very easy to come by, like I built my little music thing modular, but at the same time I would point out that Korg Nano controls are quite available. And those, I think mine that I had was a 9-channel one, but they come in 8-channel form. And in fact, they even have 16 controls on them because they've got the little slider, but they've also got little knobs. And you can do exactly the same thing with it. And then the idea is to do this kind of thing. So let's start getting busy. I've got console 6 and I've got console 9. So there's a couple of things I had in mind here. One of them was this. I'd like to override what I was doing. And there's no time like the present for jumping in and doing it. You'll notice that with this, I have got a built-in biquad filter. That's our ultrasonic. It is also the nonlinear form of the ultrasonic filter that I came up with fairly recently. So even though it's ultrasonic, I feel like that's going to be a good way of getting a more natural high-frequency extension. And here's all of our various stuff. We're going to be losing this bit because I don't think we're going to be doing the shifting of bits stuff here. There's our air filter. There's our Kalman filter. I don't know whether I have further work to do on the Kalman filter to make it work in this context. But there's our mid boost. There is all of this stuff. There is discontinuity, everything in this one. And then this, I believe, is kind of like an offshoot of Triangulate or something. I'm not entirely sure what this is. I just know that I was testing it out, and I wasn't really happy with how it was performing. But you'll notice it is very much the same basic concept as, in fact, it's probably worth me saving it somewhere. But it's the same basic, this EXPM1 log 1P. These are math formulations that exist in modern compilers and stuff, and it also exists in this old Snow Leopard one. It had better exist in Linux and Microsoft's work, or I'm going to be in with a bunch of trouble, but we'll see. It'll be interesting to see whether that causes me problems. But we're going to replace this after maybe copying it over to somewhere else with what I have in console 9, which is like a version of console 6 that's been stretched out a little bit and has a higher clipping point. Because console 6 is very, very nonlinear. It's really intense. and I'm basically happy with it, but I feel like first of all, I have updated it because some of my moderate dissatisfaction with it might be from how that crossover section goes inaccurate. Like the studying that Herbie program and its way of redesigning math operations to get to stuff like this, it found fault with how I was doing console 6 originally. And all of this came out of side effects of that. So I'm very interested in what this is, but I'm not really sure what this is. Maybe it will end up being yet another plugin. If it ends up not being what I think it is. Let's go and look. Right, I know that and I don't think it's on desktop, or is it? Is Triangulate sitting on desktop, or have I gone beyond? Yeah, I've filed that away. Triangleizer, rather. See if I open this up and look at what's inside this. I get something kind of like what I'm seeing. It's offset plus or minus input sample times inverter. So basically what I put into the original form of console X is not actually a console algorithm, it's a triangleizer algorithm. And I thought I was going to make that work the same way, and yet I'm pretty sure it's not going to be acceptably. It simply doesn't cancel out well enough. Plus, I was also having issues with it being really nonlinear. I mean, I guess I can show you what I'm talking about before fixing it. Like, we can do that. For instance, let's open this up and open some bases. And this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about when I say that I was frustrated with it and didn't like the way it was working. Sine waves, right? So if we take that and start fooling with these various things, we can apply, say, console 6 channel, and that becomes very much distorted. That's boosted a lot. But then we apply console 6 bus, and it goes back. And that's a console algorithm. It's making a change and then being able to reverse it. Here's the thing. If I do console X, not even counting the submix, if we do just the channel and then the bus, it's applying the thing that I made. And you'll notice that this does something that's kind of like that. Although you'll notice there's something a little weird with this curve. And that's one of the reasons I wanted it. But you do that, and then you're supposed to be able to put it back, right? Well, this is what I've got so far. That's not putting it back. That's not very satisfactory at all. We started out with a peak-to-peak sine wave, and now what have we got? So I'm not very satisfied with where this stands. It's not even really smoothed out the center area very well. And we really, really, really don't have the original waveform back again. Now, if we were to do console 9, that is fairly similar, but it's not really the same. In particular, clipping on console 9 is a little bit past the point of full crank here. And yet, it puts it back. So it's more subtle than console 6, but it's kind of the same. Also, we do get a triangle-izy effect out of this. May not be absolutely perfect. It's pretty crisp, honestly. I see a little bit of non-flatness there. This is not the same as triangleizer. Triangleizer, if I pull that up, see if we've even got it in recent effects. Nope, didn't think so. I actually have that in VSTs. Well, that one is, I can do a more exaggerated triangle with triangleizer. And this is the kind of algorithm I was trying to adapt for use in Console X, and yet, like you saw, it really doesn't produce the result. Now, this is fun. This is one where that's going to be greatly amusing for people to be able to play with. Also, you'll notice that in the recent plugin where it was able to make a triangle style effect, and that was overheads. First of all, it didn't make as sharp of a point, or a point that rounds off as your level is lower. And second of all, it didn't do a nice clean wave shape that stuck with being triangles as the frequency went up. So there's that. So you don't actually get the same thing as triangleizer by using the recently released plugin. This is coming out quite soon. As soon as you want it. I mean, we are doing a live stream, so if you want this one immediately, then you can have it. That said, discontinuity is also there waiting to be had, and I'm going to be needing to put out the console 6 and 9 and so on. But yeah. So this is why I need to update the code in Console X, and we're going to start with Console 9 channel, but it might also be worth a little experimentation. Because one of the things I'm wondering has to do with scaling all of this. And I had a thought about how I might be scaling all of this and running with that I'm just kind of trying to figure out how I might go about scaling this even further. So we could try some further experiments. Let's bounce back to that again. I'm sort of doing all of my sketchy theorizing now, knowing that I have very limited time. It is already 10, so 11, 12, 1. I've got about 3 hours before I will be interrupted, and then we'll have to do something else. And that's okay, I suppose. But I'm looking forward to Thursday. Thursday I get to go back to just putting in an entire day with no distractions or anything happening, and that will be pleasing. So what I'm looking to do here is make an effect stack where I can show you what happens as you hit the clip factor. Console 9, clip's different. So what you do is this. You shift up a bit so that our sign is now 6 dB hotter than clipping. Then we're going to add console 9 channel at full crank. That will now be saturating, but remember it's not actually saturating at 0 dB, it's saturating a little hotter than that. There's headroom in this bus. I wonder if I saved this as a stack. Did I? Does not look like I did. Okay, so I can do that next. We can try that next. And then console 9 bus. And then we're just going to shift back down another 6 dB and see what we've got. And then we can save this. Oh no, let's add another effect. Actually, might as well throw in a little Voxengo span so we can see what we're doing. Because here's our initial boost. Without this, it will be clean as a whistle. And then let's save this now that we have span in there. We'll call it console 9. Here's our basic notes. This is actually not optimal, but I could load up another thing if I want to have it wait. And then if we hit it a little higher, we are saturating everything good and hard. And then since we have console 9 channel, we can use this to attenuate. And we can see what it does as you just get up to the point of clipping. And you can hear that the way this saturates, there's a clipped edge as you hit distortion. This is not working the same way that it would if you, for instance, left off the bus plugin. That is overtones that are showing up, and they do not have the little edge on it. They're limited. The highest overtones do not go out as far as you'd think. As soon as you're clipping it, you start getting that slight grind in there. And then if we put the decode back in, if we're not clipping, it puts it right back to what it was. And if you are clipping, our clip overtone is just happening at the edge of everything. And so if we do that, this is our example. That's what our clip looks like when you go to the brink of console 9. push it until it can't decode anymore, and you get a hard clip on the output. What I'm wondering is whether we can shift that around. So we've saved, we're not going to save the document, but we have saved this. So we can rebuild this and start fooling with some of these controls. For instance, I'm real curious as to whether you have to clip this to 1 or whether maybe you can clip it to something else. For instance, with some algorithms, like a sine algorithm, if you clip it to the max of the sine function, it does a flat topping, and it's a soft clip to get there. But then if you go past, it goes over and starts attenuating again. This could conceivably be a kind of algorithm where if it goes beyond 1, it explodes. And we're going to find that out by building it. And we're going to put some of this stuff away. Here's our build. Now, if we go back to this, we can firstly shut off the input to the converter, because this might blow things up real good. We'll load this up. We will normalize it. Probably don't really need to, but I think we will. Let's load up that effect stack again. And now we're going to see what happens if we told it to, if the logarithm goes beyond. And we're not going to hear it, but we're going to see what it does. Huh. Okay. So that should have done the thing. Oh, we're not actually saturating it though. Now if we use this to boost it 6 dB, this might make it explode. And it has. Boom. If we apply it, we see something kind of scary. Isn't that interesting? We don't want to feed this through to our audio. No, sir. It is doing a thing where it starts looking normal, but then when you get to this point, it's gone crazy. And these numbers are not actually real numbers anymore. In fact, it can't even draw the samples anymore. It gets right up to this point, and then it freaks out and gives up. So we've learned that that's not an okay thing to do. I do, however, wonder whether the same holds for the inverse. Because we've seen it blow up. We've seen it explode. And so we're not going to want to keep that. But knowing that, that doesn't mean that the opposite's going to be true. Yeah, it can't calculate the waveform properly because what we're producing is like insane non-numbers. We're going to put that back to the limits that they're supposed to get to. You'll notice it was working until I cranked the shifting a bit's gain up, at which point it was distorting and causing that problem. So we are now going to close this, having put it back, and we're going to open up the bus version. As you can see, it looks very similar, except we got our logarithm and exponential, and it's multiplied by 0.6 instead of 1.6, and that's how it puts it back to what it was before. Now, I don't think it's actually going to help to have it be clipping to the smaller number, but we can see what it does if it's clipping to this larger number. Do we still get a crazy go nuts broken result? Or do we have a situation where the encode blows up and the decode doesn't? Because again, with the sine, if you clip at the peak of the sine, you have a saturation effect. If you don't clip at the peak of the sine, it starts to round off and go back down again. And I'm very interested to find out whether this can do a similar thing. I think it's possible that this is a false errand and that it simply can't, but we'll find out. We'll find out the old-fashioned way by leaving the audio off on the speakers and trying it, because I do not want to try to play that through the speakers. We're just kind of looking at it to see what it does. And let's see. Here we go. There's the one. So, does this blow up or not? That blew up. But what did it look like when it does? Interesting. See how we have a very different looking thing? Same basic problem though. Like you zoom out enough and we wind up not actually getting anything showing up, but then you start zooming in on the individual things and oh look, some of these samples are not okay. Some of them are decidedly not okay. And we keep seeing more and more of these samples that are all screwed up. You zoom in enough and you start seeing that some of them are fine and some of them are very much not. Also, it's not helping our transition between the curve and the clip. It looks very much like this ends up being purely a hard clip algorithm. So that's what we're looking at here. That said, we could gain scale it. Because having learned this, having learned that we cannot manipulate this algorithm, we can manipulate the levels at which we hit it. So back to the realms of sanity. So what we can do to gain stage this is attenuate going into the first calculation and then boost coming out of the final calculation. Because the way it works is very similar to what we're doing with the shifting a bit stuff that's gain staging it. If we use just only the output, we would get a circumstance where it did not hard clip anything at 0 dB or below. We have to use the shifting of bits thing in order to get that part to clip. And we can demonstrate that it can in fact clip without hurting anything. And the way we would do that is add a final detail, and this is also going to be, I believe, complementary, but we'll find out. We will amplify going out of the algorithm and attenuate going into it, and that will raise the headroom. And naturally, we're running with our golden ratio stuff because this is already using golden ratio for its little magic numbers. Let's see just how that lines up. I know that console 6 was very aggressive with its sounds, and so gain staging it is probably where I want to be going with it. Excuse me. I'm likely to feel a lot better on Thursday. There's just a lot going on at the moment, and it'll be nice to clear some of that off of my plate. Honestly, I might go and get that blood draw today after the chimney sweeping thing, because I have ascertained that I can in fact do that without an appointment anytime I want. I can just see how that works, and there's no special reason I shouldn't. It's something I'll need to do for the checkup I'm having. So here is a place we can set up in trim. That's our volume level. And we've already got this wired to work. So in theory, if I scale this down by the golden ratio, do the entire thing, and then scale it back up by the golden ratio, we still have this set up to apply a gain correction under most circumstances. So we're just rolling all that stuff together. In the final version, it's going to end up with... in fact, I could reserve this gain staging thing for console X and have console 9 be the raw processing, meaning it'll be a little bit stronger than console 6, but not quite as clean as console X. Or, because I won't know what it sounds like until I'm actually mixing with it on the main computer, on the studio computer. But the next step is to build it, and then let's see whether it works out the way I thought it would. And off we go. Let's see if this works. There's our normalized sines. Here's our sine waves. We can set up, firstly, let's do the effect stack thing, and then let's see whether it actually does what I think it does. Let's switch these corrections off. Looks about right to me. That still looks like a sine. It's supposed to. So now, having done that, we'll jump in again. We'll load up the effect stack again. It's going to load up with all this stuff here again. Bus is still there. Channel is still at full crank. The attenuation is there, and this needs to be at +1 bit. Now it will clip, maybe. But I'm not sure it's clipping quite the way I expect, so let's now, no, it's hitting the clipping point, but let's see how far that was. When we do this entire thing, we've cranked it by 6 dB, so it's plus 6 dB. We've applied this stuff, and then we've attenuated it by 6 dB, and we have an end result which is doing a little bit of hard clip on the end of it. Let's see how far it goes. And it looks as if we do this, then our actual clipping point is just a little bit shy of 6 dB, so we're clipping at about plus 5 or so. I would say I'm basically happy with that. That's going to make it be more subtle, while retaining what it actually is. It's retaining its ability to do its thing. So let's have it a little further experimenting. So with this, we've demonstrated that the actual clip amount for when you're doing this is it's going to be nice and smooth as far as making our sine wave saturation behavior. This is in fact a sine wave with the tips clipped off. It looks kind of trapezoidy, but that's because we're pushing fairly hard into the eventual clip. And our max is about a couple of dB down. Let's double check a thing. Back to this effect. This time, if we don't actually do any changes, we've got an effect that's pretty much 6 dB down as it's meant to be, but since we didn't boost, we've got our neat little sine wave where nothing has been done. No changes occurred. That seems correct. So I'm going to call that good enough. And I feel I'm comfortable with using that as particularly because if we're doing this in an actual mix with multiple stages, where there's a channel and then there's a submix stage and then there's the final mix stage, often we want to saturate stuff, but if we saturate stuff in such a way that we're throwing hard clipping in there, it can produce side effects. So I'm not sure if I want a hard clip to sit like right above the iron bar of the output being 0 dB. And yet at the same time, I do like the fact that it's this increasing amount of saturation going to that point. The console 6 has a very striking level of saturation to it. In fact, let's play with that a little bit while we're at it. 10:30 in the morning, we've got a little time, got a little over 2.5 hours to continue to play with this before I have to go offline. May as well just experience all of this wackiness. And we're going to make an effect. Well, no, let's not make an effect stack. Let's just load this one up and then replace it. So with this, we can boost in. And then let's add our console 6 channel and our console 6 bus. Slightly different algorithm this time, but effectively the same. So we're not going to save this, but this is the same boosting by 6 dB. Instead, it's going into console 6 and then attenuating by 6 dB. And we've got a sharp sound, and we've got our nice sharp clip point. It's actually behaving pretty much the same way. That's what we're going to get out of that. And again, because of the way that it's set up, we can do this decode, encode and decode thing, but we're going to get a hard clip at this point, and that's just how console 6 works. It doesn't really have headroom here. So I am, I think, satisfied with where this is going. So let's run around changing some of these things. Although I will need to make a note somewhere. Do I have a place to make notes around here? Is error DSP what I'm doing? Nope, that's just a note on how this is done. That's a clipping. Do I have any text files for keeping this track? Yes, I do. Here's some of my stuff. And I guess this would end up being crazy experiment. And we didn't end up keeping some of these things. These are, yeah, this is another alternative for that. There's a weird its attempt at spiral, which is a very odd little. Some of this stuff, like you do 99.8% accurate, well, that might be losing something when you get something as simple as this, because you wind up with weird stuff like, 80% accurate, and it turns out it's just like, yeah, this times 2. We're going to throw out everything that you did, and it'll consider it to be that accurate. So that's not necessarily okay. Let's see. So let's copy that away and that's the thing, is I'm not sure I'm even doing exactly this in Triangulate. This might give me something else entirely. Manipulating this and getting it to do something that would be useful is quite a thought. But for now, we're gonna go and get the previous project, that being console 9 channel. And we are using this instead. But we got to do it twice. And we're also going to have to scale everything. Having done this, I will at least be able to paste it into the other one. other one being one of those other bus and or sub things. It's going to be sub out this goes into. And then, because this is the encode, we need to scale it down. Oops. Bear with me, I'll get there. Scale down for the encode. Let's munch that stuff up together. Okay. And that does appear to be what I was copying, so far so good. I am very likely going to be scaling everything. Well, I won't necessarily want to scale it before this, so yeah. Console X will require a bunch of processing all over the place. Now let's open up the other Console X version thingy. Desktop, Console X sub out is going to be another encode stage. Excuse me. So instead of this stuff, it becomes this. We're going to build that. We're going to build this. And we're also going to remember how right at the beginning of this stream, I had to go and test in Reaper to see whether or not I could assign a control surface to like 3 separate plugins and apply it also on the master bus, and I did succeed in doing that, and all of it worked perfectly the first time, which yay Reaper is all I can say. Good for it. I need to incorporate all of my channel processing stuff, which is also on sub out, I believe, also onto bus. So here we have, let's see now. There's channel. Here's sub out. I've just done these. So we're okay with copying this stuff over. I'm not even worried about putting them in their final places. I just want to run them and see if they work. And now I'm going to want to have a look at sub in and bus, because those are going to be different. See, we've got this now. And this is what I had to try to get it to decode what I was doing on the way in, which is not a thing that worked. So I'm simply going to take this away again. Excuse me. I'm really, like I said, I did not get any sleep last night because of the the chimney sweep stuff happening. And I know that is not a terrible crisis. I just, that being a weakness of being too isolated. And so, yeah, this is the thing that I had before. It's pretty weird, but there you go. This was to be a decode for really what ends up being about the same thing over again. So we'll just put that aside. I don't know if I have triangulate labeled here somewhere. I'm betting that triangulate labeled would be simply crazy experiment. So I guess it never actually, like, I did this and then that turned into triangulate, and triangulate is actually the keeper in that experiment, and this is not. And we'll quit out of there. And then for the bus things, I'm going to be looking at console 9 bus, the one that I've just made changes to. And it's going to act like this. So sub in is a form of bus decode, because the sub actually processes not inside console in this particular formulation. And we're going to do our L's and R's, and then we can copy this and put it on the regular bus. It'll be interesting to check and see how I've got everything implemented, because I know I have the ultrasonic filter on the bus, but I also think I don't have any of the other controls, and I'm going to want to have all the controls in there. Oh, I've just done that wrong. Let's fix. I got too carried away. Anybody who is dropping by hoping to stop by again at the end of the day is probably going to have to be disappointed. I do have literally on my screen at this entire time stream until 1 o'clock EST today, so it is announced. I have communicated that part to the best of my ability. So yeah, let us now see what we got going on. I should be able to close this. We're done with that now. Now I should be able to take this, which should be all working, including the gain staging, and console X bus is what I'm going to be looking for. So let's go and find it. And there we are. This is the bit that needs to be changed. But there's also a bunch of other stuff that needs to be changed, like this ultrasonic filter. And the ultrasonic filter has a special thing going on, and it is also one of our frequency modulated ultrasonic filters. But this is in console X, the filters towards the end are the ones that are a little more hyped. This concept is designed to be able to bring out detail in the mix stage. So rather than being one of the older versions, and I might start including that with the console versions that are lettered and are meant to sound like analog consoles, we might start including this in those. I haven't really up to this point, but I might. But those and console 8 and console 7, if I remember correctly, are very much set up so that the most resonant filter is soonest, meaning that it will clip. Because console 8 and console 7 are variations on sine saturation effects, meaning that if you clip them, they're soft. This is not actually a soft clip. This is better suited to sort of having the softer roll-off going in, and then it's bringing out information again. So we'll see how that all works out. We might actually see an amusing side effect with that, if my guesses are correct. But here's one of the things also that I was wanting to do. I wanted to incorporate, that's not going to be the one, is it? See, sub-in gets nothing but an ultrasonic filter. There's nothing to be concerned with at all there. And it's not a especially sharp one either. It's still a very dull ultrasonic filter going in. Let's build. There, now we've got sub-in. Sub-in is ready. We can close that. But we want to dig into here, and let's get all of this stuff going on console X bus, because the thing that I'm missing is having all these controls. All these controls now need to be on the bus as well, because rather than being a simple summing of everything with no further qualities, it now has exactly the same qualities as all the other stages. Meaning you could put a freaky mid-range boost on the bus. You could put a Kalman-style subsonic kick drum isolator thing going on, and you could put that in on the bus rather than on the kick drum. Or you could put that on the kick drum, push it really hard, and then pull it out of the overall mix, which means you would be staging the overall mixes, compression, saturation, and movement by shifting. The gain staging for every aspect of sound is going to become a thing. This could end up being a very, very deep dive, and I kind of love the sound of that. I love the idea that this could end up being a just ruthlessly deep dive, because I feel like it kind of should. If we're going to have something that is extraordinary and that nobody else, has, where it could be very much its own thing, I kind of love the idea. Guess what? Your Full Sail training is not going to help you here. You have to learn how to listen and actually work with it. So we're going to start setting this up with all the same controls that you have in the channel plugin, which is going to be the same controls that you have everywhere else. And we're going to take the biquads, and we're going to take all of this different stuff, and everything is going to be included just like that. It should all work. And it's really like I like the attitude of that. Like, you can have your submixes do anything that you want, and then you have more or less full EQ over them. So if you need to have stuff going into a reverb, and then you're like, well, this reverb needs to sound more like this. The reverb needs to be sparklier, but I don't want the stuff going through it to be sparklier. Then you take each of the airband controls and go opposite directions with them. So on the reverb, on the submix, you boost, and then whatever's feeding it, you cut a similar amount, and it will produce the same effect, like the source ends up being the same. Or if you are, for instance, you have a mid-range boost on guitar channel, and the guitar channel is going into a submix that has a guitar reverb, and you want the reverb to crackle or roar in a particular way. Maybe instead of affecting the guitars for a presence boost, you put the presence boost on the global submix, and then you have a bunch of different guitars going into it, and those end up being flat, and you do the boost on the submix instead. It just feels, or you do the boost on the overall mix bus. It just feels like this is something that could go somewhere. Also remember that I had the idea to eliminate the peak if you had its fundamental tone set to zeroed out, which may or may not even be necessary, honestly, but we shall see. So there, that has established variables. Here's console X bus. Now we need to carry these over by having all of these places be accurately representing what I've got there. So where do I have, it was a channel? I think it was. Yep, sure was. So now we need to make these match too. This part's easy. These just go up to 8. There's 8 controls. That matches commonly available control surfaces, as in easily accessible. I am, as always, completely in love with my Music Thing modular one, but you can also get them from Korg and wherever. You can get these other places too. And then let's just double check that this is, oh, hi. That needs to have an adjustment. Param 6. This is not just 0 to 1. All the rest of them do appear to be 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, but this one, not so much. So there's our param 6. Save and move on. And now we got to instantiate all this stuff, so it's going to act a little bit like this. Some of these things could be done up here, but I can't remember whether it worked properly or not. Like assigning the fixed biquad filter, I could do that up there. I am kind of trying to remember whether that gave me problems in past experiments. So there we go, we got this. Because we don't really need to do that for every buffer if we're never going to redo it again. And then here we go. So far, oh, we need that to go on. Also, I just heard my oil stove go on. In normal streaming days, that won't be the case because I'll be constantly fussing over the wood stove. But today I don't get to use the wood stove because it's going to be chimney swept in 2 hours. Cycle end. Got cycle end on here. You can see that we've got the biquad frequency thing, but console channel is using a resonant frequency of 0.509. That's not even a Butterworth, because it's a distributed filter, so it's using an array of resonance in order to produce an end result that acts like it's more stages than it is. And as you can see on console X bus, the resonance of the final clip is 2.56, etc., which is a lot. So it's a extremely resonant high-pass filter in the ultrasonics, which is at 22K exactly. That will just barely exist under 44.1K, which this is not designed to use. But it should not break, and it'll work, and it's a little above the 20K limit, which is not necessarily a limit, but that's a whole other story, and one that we needn't get into. So after the ultrasonic filter, this is all of my stuff before actually doing the calculation. And this gain stuff is going to be changed, but I'm not super worried about that right now. Paste that, and boom. And let's see. Okay, so we're going to want to throw a dry sample in here because we're apparently using it for something. It could be wrong. We'll find out. And we've got ultrasonic filter before anything is done. Fine, fine. But then we've got all this other stuff here. So we need to do this. And then here's our everything else, which I think includes, yep, it includes dry sample and the air. So we're off doing all of this stuff. Here's our Kalman filter. There's the mid boost. All of this kind of stuff. There's our distributed discontinuity modeling. And then at the very end is the console processing. So if we copy everything that doesn't have the console processing in it, and then we sneak it in between these things. Kind of like this. This should be updated. And we can also put our final saturation on there. Maybe. How are we doing with this stuff? Is this good? That would have been it for this, so that is presumably fine. We can close that. We're closing all manner of stuff. But the thing I'm interested in doing is, let's maybe take a single stage out of and let's go for the VST version because I know that is stereo. We got a little stuff going on here, but that's fine. And we can simply edit this and make it be what we want it to be. We can just take that out. I am honestly skeptical of the usefulness of including a clip into that, though. And I'll tell you why. We can simply use AD Clip 8 as the clipper. Just design it such though this is the console system. Its headroom is close to plus 6 dB. If you want to catch overs, you must do something else. Like you must use AD Clip 8 or you must use clip only or something like that. And then after that, monitor using like monitoring or the new metering plugin or whatever. But I'm warming to the idea now that I talk about it, now that I speculate on bringing a single stage of AD Clip 8. It's like, well, I know that if you use AD Clip 8 and you use the many stages of saturation, you can get a distinct sound. It's not the same sound as using only one stage. So why not just leave that to an external plugin? And then the expectation is pick something to use for that. You could pick Clip Only 2 for a very clean version of doing it, which is not quite the same as AD Clip 8. You could pick NC17. That's a really dirty version of that, and that could have its own qualities for some people. Let's see where we get with just having this be this. Oh, hi, we have a problem. What's going on with this? Oh, we forgot to do this bit. Okay, having removed that, let's double check that. Yep, 6 is still fine. Okay. So we have now successfully built these things. I've put that one where it's supposed to be, and that. That. Also, let's get rid of these because we have bigger fish to fry. We're not quite done with redoing these. For that matter, we're not done with these yet either, so let's not bother with that. And this stuff can wait its turn. And this stuff is soon to be VSTified and released, so boom. And this is the one where I want to start working with it. So let's go about this process. And I want to try getting working versions of Cape Plate 240 and 140 out there too, but that's another story. Here's our sine wave tests. And let's see what we get. I'm sure I have a Console X effect stack, but what if I got in it though? Okay, our Console X channel is centered. Sub in has no controls to it. Sub out is centered. I'm cutting down the loudness saturation here. And bus is defaulted up, except for it needs to be centered. Well, can't even set that using those numbers. That was a bad number right there. Okay, here now we have Console X bus centered, and we have span. Now let us resave this. Let's throw some of our controls in here and then resave it. One in front of everything, and one after everything. Now we save it. Now what we've got is, well, that's interesting. What's going on here? What are we making happen? Sub in and sub out. I believe I substituted those. Do we have a base peak going on here? We shouldn't. Could it have to do with top DB? Top DB. That's a crossover. If we started at 6 dB down, where we get? Interesting. We have a creeping gain issue going on. What's up with that? Why are we seeing levels rise? Could it have to do with the dB trim that we've got going on? Let's make everything be very quiet. Not that. So top dB 70. In fact, let's set all of these where we can see them. And we're not attenuating afterwards or in front. So if we do this, that's intense. Interesting. Now, if we have base X, being something else. Okay, so that's basically the sound of Kelman. We're producing a lot of spiky energy. That's kind of freaky. If we pull the fader back, yeah, there is work to be done here because something is very much not working properly. What if our peaks are not? I don't think that's really changing mids very much. So let's see. Firstly, let's save this where it is so that I can get back to it. And let's apply it and see what hell has been produced here. We have a really big spike at the beginning of the noise here. That's not cool. When we look at this area, we can see what it's made of, and it is made of high frequency ringing, almost as if some of my filtering is freaking out and losing its mind, so that might be worth looking into. if it turns out that this is just wildly broken, what I can do is, I can think of something that I can do here. First of all, let's undo that so that we're back on our full-scale basis. And then go back into here. We've got it doing this horrifying thing. Can we cancel stuff out of here and see whether anything is at fault? That's at fault. That's at fault. And that's not. Okay, that kind of is. We are seeing this as soon as we hit sub in. We're not seeing it in console X bus. That's interesting. Sub out, we're seeing it. Sub in, we're seeing it. Both of them, we're seeing even more. So that's freaky. Okay, so now what we've got, there's our final output at full crank. This stuff all appears to be basically working okay, although I do wonder whether I'm still getting well, we don't have that engaged, so never mind. Metering says that we're not at unity gain, or even close to it. At this point, we're a little shy of unity gain. So that could be a whole thing. So if we run this, let's see now. You can stop. If we run this, we're not seeing a problem. It's fine. But as soon as we start bringing in the subs, okay, so let's run console X sub in all by itself. Let's run a stack and step it back down again. Okay, we have a clip, and this is not really symmetrical, is it? Is that the same as what we're doing? Or is this like an older version or something? Like if we then make an effect stack and, oops, no. And it's supposed to be taking, oh, did I not remove some of the bits? See, it's the same as console 9 bus, or should be. If we shift it back down again, yeah, it's supposed to be doing this and it ain't. It ain't. So what's going on? Show me your secrets. Show me your source code. So this bit's fine. We'll build it and drop the plugin in the correct place just to be sure, but that bit's fine. This bit's fine. Likewise, I'll build it and I'll drop the plugin in the correct place, but it should be fine. The other two, not so much. And I'm very interested to know what is actually the deal. Sub in is supposed to be about the same as so we've got our filter. We don't have anything else special going on. We're amplifying back up again. That's how this is supposed to work when it's being gain staged, as it is. The gain staging might be confusing matters, but I'm not entirely sure. I miss having my wood stove working. Honestly, it is comforting having that going on. In its absence, I'm a little more rattled. Although the oil furnace is cranking away, you might hear it rumbling in the distance, and you might hear the steam radiators cracking and bonking and hissing and doing their thing. Again, I do not love them for that, but they do it. Could it be my nonlinearity that's causing that to happen? I shouldn't think so. I guess we'll find out. Let's build this again. It's supposed to be dropped into components folder. And then while we're at it, sub out was also not behaving properly. And it appears to be still basically the right thing. There's the filter. We never did the pan adjustment, which I think is fine. Not quite ready to do that. There's all of our various stuff. There's nonlinearity. And there is sub out, where we are scaling down and then applying it. And then we decode and scale up. And that should be like the first thing to happen. Do we have it as the first thing to happen, or do we have it as like the last thing to happen? Could that be the problem? Because these are supposed to sandwich mixed buses. Let's investigate these things. What did I have for... Are we just opening new files all the time? Okay, so here, encode's the last thing to happen, yes? Yes. Sub in, decode should be like the first. Although in this case we do have a ultrasonic filter that goes between the two, and it does have a nonlinearity in it, but that shouldn't be throwing everything into chaos. And there's our decode. And then we amplify it back up for the headroom that we've got. Here's our bus processor, and the decode should be the first thing on that bus, but it's not, is it? Originally we had it as just the first thing to be there, but then it stopped being that, didn't it? Well, let's attend to that. Let's have this be just about the first thing you hit. Cut. I see another thing I need to do. Then paste, but after that ultrasonic filter. Because it definitely does not want to run literally all of this stuff inside console. It wants to run it as a separate thing. Turns out it's running it as a post-processing on all of the stuff. And then well, no, we can't do that there, can we? No, we can't, can we? But we could apply the final gain afterwards. And I'll tell you why. Because this processing is capable of clipping down to a unwantedly small level. If we run it separately, we can run that final gain boost, it's probably going to hover around just unity gain almost all the time. But if you needed to push more gain after doing this, because you had it set to such a high volume level that it clamped it, you'd be able to bring it back up again this way. And that seems like a satisfactory answer. So let's see. We'll save, we'll build it, and we're going to go back in and see whether it's still doing the weird funny things or not. Because I should be able to find what happens with that. It shouldn't be acting too crazy. This is why you don't have this to play with in this state. The state that it's in is not quite what I'd call adequate. And boop. Coming up on noon, I'm going to make my final cup of coffee, and I'm going to go run, use the restroom a little bit, and then we're going to crank for the final hour or however much it is until I get interrupted by a guy knocking on my door and going, "Hi, I'm going to sweep your chimney now." I wonder if he's going to be Dick Van Dyke. He's not going to be Dick Van Dyke. Normalize, full crank, and back to our effect stacks. Do we still have craziness going on? Sure do. So what's going on here? Top of the morning to you, see Cody Flick. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I am not going to sneakily make this guy be on stream. I'm going to cut to the room thing, but I'm also going to say goodbye quite quickly. So here, if we kick sub in back in, okay. There's a thing. Nonlinearity is actually the way it's supposed to be. Does not appear to be affected by nonlinearity, or is it? I'm going to say that doesn't look like it's being affected by nonlinearity. So I tell you what, I would like to apply this and then scope out what it looks like it's doing. What have we got when we're doing this? Why are we making this loud high frequency noise? It sure looks like a loud high frequency noise when you're looking at it, but I don't understand where it is here. I can't say as I'm seeing it here. In fact, this looks kind of on the normal side to me. That was a mistake, but I don't know what it did. I think I just clicked on the overall span. Having done that processing, is it still showing me the thing? Yes. There's a high frequency discontinuity that's hanging out, and it's about 50 dB down. Let's run back to sub in. And investigate. We've got a double biquad total. We've got no parameters. That's as it should be. This resonance shouldn't be doing anything. So my question becomes, is this very much being generated by the ultrasonic filter, and could this be a side effect to running it that close to the brink? And having it be nonlinear. So first things first, if we comment those out, then we're doing all of this stuff, but none of it actually gets applied. That could have some, I mean, it's like, I could see that being a side effect of the nonlinearity. Then the question becomes, what do I do with the nonlinearity, if anything? Because we are running that filter very close to the edge. Console X. Only one stage. Oh. And if we put sub out and bus in there, now we've got that again. But take it out, and all of a sudden that nonlinearity, that effect is not happening. I also feel as if it wouldn't be as obvious. Well, time for experiments. What do we get if we are at 96K and louder? Firstly, span. Do we have a nonlinearity? No. That's loud. When we fire up console X, now that we have scaled it up to being 96, because we could bypass that at a lower sample rate if this fixes it, which it may not. This is with everything. Oh, okay. Okay. I think maybe we're looking at a side effect of having to do it at 44.1K, and we should be skipping that, which means that at single precision, there's no point doing it. We could have it crossing over higher than this. We could have it be at 25, 30K, something like that, because we're no longer having that problem. That problem is only showing up when we're applying it at a very crude and primitive sample rate. And there's our bus. And here's how we put it back to being far too loud. And here's the limit of how far we can go with it. It's attempting to make the master bus be 140 dB. Although everything else is not, so it's not really working, is it? Okay. That taught me something useful and important. I believe what that means is we can go back to sub in. Put this back, but all of this is going to sit in a some logic. It needs to not get applied if we're at 1x. This is all about 2x. And that means we can set the sample rate just a hair above what it could be if it was at 1x. So the thing will work at 1x, but there won't be the filtering. Just a moment, I'm going to do the thing that I said I was going to do, namely, let's play something. Can we even... I have lost my stream audio. No, there it is. Back to listening to a little bit of Nuke and Pave. That ought to do it once I play it. Or I'd like to believe it anyway. Why, you know. What is going on with all of this now? My thing doesn't want to play now. I've got it set to SWP audio capture, but it stopped working. Why? What's the matter with you? It certainly looks like that's not playing through. This is what you're supposed to be hearing. Let's see if I can make it play. No? By God, I'm going to make it play. Give me a second. Preferences. Output device. System setting. Let us force it to be SWP audio capture. And then let's, I don't know, mute that and start it over again. Remind the device that it is audio capture. Go. I said go. For heaven's sake. Tell you what, I'm just going to load something up here. This is the thing that I had that's off of an old cassette tape of mine, and I'm just going to play it over the speakers. Alrighty. Back with one more cup of coffee, and then we're going to do this filtering thing. We're going to set it up so that it works properly, and we're going to do whatever other details we need to take care of. Alrighty. Yeah, probably couldn't hear most of that, and it's good that you couldn't. Drugs are bad, okay? This is Chris from Airwindows as a child. This is a cassette from the 1.4 years that I went to college before I kind of hit bottom and had to clean up and straighten out. So this was music of a sort. That's me too. In all honesty, I'm a little happier with the music that I make these days. One thing about it, though, it is a tape cassette workout. This is ye old cassette tape. And also your classic old guitar pedals. So let's get back to doing actual work. I still don't know what went wrong where I can't play audio over SWB audio capture anymore. Maybe it'll work better next time. With a bit of luck, that'll be functioning for, say, Thursday. We'll see. Anywho, we can put this away. can save all of this stuff. Now let's solve that problem, because that problem appears to have been caused by nonlinear filters in the supersonic region. And if they have a little room to operate, they don't freak out. I think that's a good indication as to what can go on regarding even when they are being treated as more linear. Maybe it's still not a great idea to try to do that stuff with them. So let's fire this stuff up, and we're going to start going through and adjusting these things. God, excuse me. Excuse me. All of my work should be perfectly fine to do basically right here. It's all going to exist up here. And so what we can do is we'll call it like, what do you say, 24, 25K? Let's call it 25K because that reminds me of the frequencies of biases on tape machines. I think that's a fairly normal approach. It's a good amount of overlap, and that is just over the position of our nonlinear filters. And we're going to want cycle end to tell us whether to operate it or not. So let's see, there is that. Help me remember it's 25K, the two of you that are here. I'm going to want to do that pan. I might not be ready to do the pan. I'll probably want to have it be a reasonable pan law like normally exists, and that might not. So we'll see. And let's see, what's our information? Cycle end. Cycle end is going to be more than one, or we don't do this. And then let's also do the tabs that it needs and wants. There we go. So we'll build that. Oops. Okay, we has problem. But we have a local scope, so we're probably still fine. Let's just redefine it. Filter temp. Ah, look at that. See, everything thinks it's in scope. That's no good. Well, I'll tell you what, you're probably going to be fine. I hope. And I guess I mean, we're defining it, but then are we redefining it? It doesn't seem to think that it's been defined properly. It's happy as a clam now, but I got to check it at multiple sample rates. So let's start by doing this. Channel plugin. I really would like to rename that, but I'm not sure if I can. Sub-in plugin. $25K we're having it. This time we don't need to redefine temp, so that's fine. Oh, are we doing this twice? No, I don't think we are. I was like, wait a minute, do I have 2 stages of... There we go. That ought to behave. Do I have cycle? Oh, I don't have cycle end. Hang on. Well, I had it just recently, so why not? Select channel. And hello. There. We can have cycle end as a treat. We don't really need to clamp the top end of it either. But we don't need to clamp any of it. We're only checking to see if we're at high sample rate, so that's good enough. Build. Succeeded. You can be closed, sir. And there we go. See if this works, and this will operate fine. That's the hope, anyhow. Also, a 1 hour countdown to random chimney sweep appears. In fact, I'm going to go to my relevant cam just because it amuses me to have that be the case. I'll do a random walk-in of random on-stream walk-in of chimney sweep, and then I'll cut it before you get to watching work, because that seems rude. We don't want that. Where's our biquad? 25K. Where do we apply our biquad? Here. Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop that. That's not the bit I was trying to have. This is the bit I was trying to have. And since I've done this, it needs me to redefine it because now I've stuck it into a different place. I should go in and change all of those. I feel like I should go in and change all of those. I don't like the fact that I have the same variable in 2 different scopes that are so close to each other. I feel like that's asking for trouble even if it isn't. And I bet you it isn't, but it still doesn't feel right to me. And let's put it in the components folder. So I'm probably going to do a little researching on panlaw and figure out what I'm doing. However, let's go back up to what lives here. $25K. I don't think it can actually blow up unless you try to run it. I don't think defining things can break if you have unacceptable values, although I suppose you could find out. I don't see how it could, though, because it's just numbers. We're just setting values relating to each other, but we're not trying to process anything. So there we go. Another one of these. Boop. Save, build. Oh, have we forgotten again? We have forgotten again. I think your problem is if the cycle end is larger than one, it's going to be redefining it, and it might get upset. That said, that did work. So I tell you what, let's just go in and redo all of those things as needed. We can test it out before we quite get to the point of getting interrupted by random people coming in. So good enough. I think that's everything. I could have taken the P away and then it would be Tem, like in Undertale. This one is fine the way it is. I don't know though, let's keep it consistent. Also cycle end. Okay, that's a concern. That's going to provide problems. In fact, that could break real good. Yep, don't like it. Don't like it. Let's reevaluate this. Let's close all of these things and start over. I have got confused. Chris used programming and confused itself. Sub out, sub in, channel. The thing that we're concerned about is a certain calculation being done. And it's not necessarily anything to do with cycle end. We still haven't finished all of the TMP part either, but we're doing this calculation. Biquad bike frequency is 25K divided by get sample rate. So that needs to be smaller than 0.5. And it won't be at 1x. But that doesn't mean cycle end is going to work the same. Or maybe it will, I don't know. That said, we can at least check this. It's got to be lower than 0.5 or it won't work. And my calculations are that if I do it on 48K, it's going to be 0.52. That's not sufficient. And anything over 0.5 will blow up. It'll blow up real good. So we want to use this. Only then will it be safe to use. So let's run around doing our various things and trying to get a result. Trying to safeguard against problems that haven't happened yet. Because who can say whether such a problem might suddenly start to happen or might only happen under certain circumstances. You don't want that. So there we go. That's the information I care about. There's the TMP, keeping it consistent. We do not actually need cycle end in this case, so let's just delete that and start over again. Or if not start over again, at least build over again. Hopefully, when we run the result of all of this, and I still don't know whether or not I'm going to have to do some kind of funky trimming to get our panning correct. Because you know, like, if panning is 3 dB down and you have a centered thing and the volume is coming through on both channels, and you pan it hard left or hard right, that's going to turn the channel on the side up a little bit in order to get the same result. $25K, very good. And we're going to update this bit. You know, this could still blow up under certain circumstances, but I'm probably going to... No, maybe it can't. Maybe it can't. We'll find out. We'll run pathological audio into it. Save. Build. Also, we're a little early because we also have to temp it. That said, it looks like we caught that undeclared thing and have adjusted and fixed it. And there it is right there. So that ought to, we hope it works. We'll find out. We're going to find out if this stuff works. It was very interesting that it threw that problem at 44.1K, and I'm glad that I spotted it. Mind you, this is all very, very, very early days, so there would have been plenty of time to spot it, but I'm glad that I spotted that nevertheless, because to have this go out in such a way that it failed catastrophically on normal sample rate people would not be nice. That would be most sad. things that one don't want. And that part seems to be ready. Alrighty. One more build folder. One more replace. And well, hey, maybe we're in with a chance. And again, you can see that my thing says stream until 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today. So we've got a little less than 50 minutes, if that, left. And I have my ear perked for the guy showing up. Now let's see what we've got. I know one of the things we've got is something of an overload, but I'll deal with that in its time. Up. We're good. It's 44.1K, and we're not getting the weird artifact that's super, super loud up here. Although, I mean, we can boost really hard. But it's still not producing an insane artifact right around Nyquist. So we're doing okay. And that's the full system. So that's looking fairly promising. Let's bump that up to 96K. I don't know if we're going to have any other artifacts. And fire it off once more. So the cutting it super hard is causing funny things to happen in Kelman. This is what Kelman's doing. However, we can disable it fairly effectively by just sort of making it stop. But that is a weird little effect. That is something of which one might be concerned. Also, how much do we have to pad this in order to make it act like it's unity gain? Kind of a lot. It kind of coughs and hiccups a little bit, bypassing it. Okay, let's say you're at 6 dB down. That does look like exactly 6 dB down. Funny how it goes hiccup. I think it must have to do with the loudness thingy. Let's see if we can make all of these overtones go away by setting everything to exactly neutral. We are making the poor laptop be a little tired, but it's not going to have much longer to go. We're going to let it rest as soon as we're done. It's quite interesting how this is, in fact, synthesizing information. Maybe it's all having to do with our loudness thingy. Everything is 124 dB. Or if everything is 70, I mean, it's not an unpleasing sound. That's at 0.5, that's at 0.5. Oh, but I've attenuated. So if everything is supposed to be unity gain, this is supposed to be unity gain. I've padded it 6 dB down. That is, honest to God, looking more or less like it's acting 6 dB down. I think maybe it's acceptable that this is not actually registering as something which is wrong. Because I had the feeling that my gains were wrong, that I was going to have to be adjusting everything around. And although I am clearly seeing a bunch of information, and it doesn't even all look like that looks like there's odd harmonics in there as well, but our gains look about right. Let's see what happens if I continue to scale it back. 12 dB. I still see harmonics and things in there. I feel like this could just be the nonlinearity, because it's not sounding like screwed up. If we start pushing it really far, does something else happen? Sure does. So if that was very quiet there, And then it goes a little bit louder through here, and then not so overwhelming, but still very, very loud. The thing that I am observing here, even with relatively few of these, it's like I'm able to make it be somehow more audible through applying this process to it. Whereas if we bypass everything, that is an accurate subsonic or very deep note. But then we get some more color going on. Let's save this at its current state. And try some other kind of sound. And maybe we'll start fooling around with VST-ifying these things, or at least start the relevant processes after checking 6 and 9 to make sure that I've left them in a correct state. And we can also fire up good old Ale and Kittens and throw the same effect stack on it and see what ends up happening to our sound, given that we are running this consistent processing. Whereas, by that I mean it's pretending to be 120 dB and it's doing something to the sound, even if it's not at full crank. So here's our raw sound. Turn it on. Off. Adding stereo in the channel. Adding stereo in the bus. Or treble, rather. And here we're clipping. So this is where you'd put in the overcatcher. Here, I'm gonna put my cup away. Alrighty. That's tired out the computer more than a bit, but that's fine. And then let's just double check it and make sure that it functions properly if we are at normal sample rate. I'll bounce back to that later. Yep, happy as a clam. That should do nicely. So I remember one of the things I was going to do was look into pan laws. So let's give that a try. Let's look into pan law. So if you got things played in both channels, it can be increased in loudness up to 6 dB. Wow. Interestingly, SSL seems to have a special fancy pants pan law. Wonder what talk looks like here. Oop. See, this does have quite a bit of relevance given that we do care a lot about volume levels in mono and stuff. You can make stuff sit properly, or, I mean, ideally, if you're moving the pan pot around and you're listening in mono, it shouldn't jump wildly in volumes or drop wildly in volumes. I mean, granted, we don't necessarily want to go around designing things so that the pan law jumps about wildly, or that you're supposed to do like old-fashioned pan pot madness. Be like, oh, hey, now we go whoop, 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 from side to side. We don't want to do that. However, if SSL did a 4.5 dB panning rule, see, I'm not sure if this is even nonsense or not. People are complaining with it. Here's somebody talking about it. We'll see how much of this we can learn before we have to bounce offline. Don't know if this is good information. We'll see. That's wrong. That's weirdly, what is this, ChatGPT or something? So it looks to be that people like having 4.5 dB. And that's all we got from that. Seems to be popular. My question becomes, what code do I use? What algorithm do I use? Ooh, panlaw mode 0.0 default. What? Wonder if anybody has a positive panlaw. That would be hilarious. Because basically what we're doing is coming up with amplitudes to sort of combine the regular amplitude by. And it may be perfectly fine to set it up in such a way that because the way it works is one channel is silent at an extreme pan and the other one is full crank. So we could have the full crank be plus 4.5. Also, let's play with some of our numbers. In particular, I'm looking up a sine-based number. Bear with me, I'm fussing. Endlessly fussing. How about an old version of channel? How's that? Isn't that based on sine algorithms? But nope. Nope, that's not the correct one, is it? How about a really old version of channel? What about that? So then, So if, for instance, I was to do 1.57079633, that is a sine function, which means that if I had that as the equivalent maximum volume level, that's 3.9 dB. So you see where I'm going with this? The idea here is if I could scale it so that a full pan to one side means we're going to that amount, meaning that left or right would be 1.57. I mean, you see where I'm getting with this? We're talking about pan laws, and everybody's like, oh, it should be this, it should be that, it should be the other. Surely it should be a continuous function, meaning that each side could be a sine function of the maximum amount, so it will fall off more rapidly as it goes from one side to the other, and it'll be a linear, steady form of pan from that, because if I do this, right, if I take, left and right, pan is one control, and right is that control turned all the way, and so halfway is 0.5. Bust out the calculator. Here's the calculator. So halfway is 0.5. So imagine you're full right, okay? So is this not a proper calculator? Scientific calculator would be the one I would like, thank you. Programmer calculator, not helpful right now. 1.570796633. So imagine I have my full right channel, and I've got it slammed hard right. That makes the other channel, which is the one it's subtracted by that number, become 0. So if I multiply it by this, and then I use a sine, well, that's not what I'm expecting to see, but we're in the right ballpark anyway. So let's try that again from scratch. Maybe I need to hit cosine or sine h. Because if I do sin 1.57079, etc., in C, it's going to give me a 1 out of there. So nope, it's not going to be that. Let's try cos. Honestly, this shouldn't be doing what it's doing, but we'll see. Maybe it's because it's in radians or something dumb like that. I know that if I feed this number to the sine function in C, it's going to give me a 1 out. That's how I do my distortions. I know that it does that. Sure enough. So it's just a matter of doing it appropriately somehow. So if we hit cosine for that, then it gives me that as a result. If I do 0 and hit cosine, it'll give, well, that's not supposed to happen, but if I do 0 and hit sine, it should give me 0. So maybe if I do intermediate steps like radians, There we go. In C, it's apparently calculating it in radians rather than degrees. Fine. Fine. That's going to give me the numbers that I need as far as 1.5707963. If it's calculated in radians, well, yeah, it's being calculated in radians, and I hit sign, that gives me 1. That's what C does. That's what it's supposed to do. So therefore, if I take 1.5707963, and rather than just doing that, let's suppose we're trying to do the pan law. Our pan law is going to be the middle, so that's this times 0.5 exactly. That is exactly the intermediate point. If we take our full crank and crank it up to where if you hit sign, you wind up getting the middle ground, we're still in radians, so if we do the sine of this, we get 0.707, interestingly. Whereas if we didn't have a pan law, it would go to 0.5. So I'm more or less sorting out how this is made to work, basically. Because the gist of it is, supposing I have a centered thing, surely I want that to be the normal volume. Then if I start penning it hard to the side needs to become louder to compensate, or the pass-through with the mono would need to become quieter to compensate. So you kind of go back and forth between these things. And it does look more or less like that could be made to work. Also, let's just copy this. And supposing we have that factor, that's like minus 3 dB. So maybe that's what the DAWs do in order to arrive at this calculation. Interesting to be sure. It's funny how with my reverbs and things, that is actually doing the weirdest pan law ever, because it's designed so that as you get to 50%, both the sides are at literally full crank. So that if you were adding reverb to something that's in line, it will bring in the full reverb before it starts attenuating the dry signal, so that it's not messing with your dry signal level. And that's what I've got in a bunch of different reverbs, and that would equate to being the weirdest pan law ever. Anyways, that is information to be sure. And I'm going to open up Console X channel and start fooling with it, because I'm going to want to arrive at a number. And here's where we start doing this over. So that'll start with a hard left or hard right thing, and currently it's operating as the volume of right. Because if you slam it all the way to the right, it will be 1, and it'll mean that right is at full crank and left is at 0. So, in a second, I'm going to check out the door. I am forever anxiously checking to see whether the guys showed up. In fact, let's switch over to main cam now. I will flash my mouse at you. Alrighty, so we're on with the last moments before chimney sweeping. When dude comes in, I will be saying goodbye and switching over to the titles and bidding you folks adieu. That said, I'm still on with a little bit more of this, so let's shift some of these things around. Gain R, gain L. (1.0) minus gain R. Okay, so with that, we have a pan law. So where was my number? Let's bring that up. There's our sine number. So we'll do get param 7 times 1.570. And then gain L will be 1.570, etc., minus gain R. And so they will still end up being 0 to whatever, but whatever is now scaled up to what the sine would be. And so now all we do is gain R is sine gain R. And what I probably should also be doing, and will do in fact, is that needs to be smoothed. So I'll get busy doing that, because the rest of the stuff is all smoothed. This is the only one that's not. So that's going to be, let's see, deleting all of that. And then, let's see, gain RA. So I'm going to have to gain RB. So what I'm currently looking at is that stuff right there. It's right above the trim, so there goes the furnace again. And I just have to initialize those, and it should be good to go. And then it will be a pan with a, I don't actually know how different that would be from how DAWs normally do it. I don't know whether they do a neat I guess we'll find out by swooping it around and seeing what it feels like. That seems legit. But yeah, the idea is to find a way to balance it in such a way where that's going to work. And having done that, we'll need to add it to all the other ones that have pans. But for starters, I can at least initialize this bit, okay? I feel like it might as well start out centered, so we'll call it 0.5. I think we've got it set to 0.5 for starters. Let's go and check. Pan 7, yep. Yes, it is. So if this works, we get a smoothed pan, and with a bit of luck, it'll be nice. We'll find out. We gotta go and check this. Or wait, no. Slow down there, Sparky. That's going to need to be smoothed. And this needs to be pan A equals pan B, and pan B equals the new value. And we are going to keep it as that, but now this, rather than being parameter 7, gets smoothed and put in where the other stuff is. So kind of like that. And it's found here. R equals this, but with pan rather than gain. It should be nice though. I mean, if we have anything going on involving swooping around with pan, not that people should be doing that, it's not the 60s, but it should at least sound right if you do, even if you're in bass. So there we are. So now gain R can go up to our full mount, and then we are toning them right down like this. And that should just about work, I think. I think that should just about work. I think. So we can build it and find out. You won't be able to see it, but I will at least be able to test it. So let's find out what we have wrought. If that works, I'll include it with all the other ones. We can test it just as channel alone. See, I think a longer sine. Oh, there's a sine. I am not sure how annoying it is. Oh, that'll show me. No question about that. And so console X channel is the one I've just done. It sounds like different notes even though it's not. That's weird. That said, the smoothness seems to be working out okay. I'm content with that. I've got a higher sign. Let's inflict that on you. Also, there's a long sign. There we go. Let's give that a shot. There we go. There's our pans. We're a little bit lower than 6. Same here. But then when we're in the half, we're down a little ways. And the quieter one drops off real fast. Yeah, that should work. I do believe that's going to work, and I will apply it to the other ones, and then I got to check on how the overall level is relative to running a series of these through. But I'm basically happy with what that became. I think I'll be able to do trims on that, and it'll work out just fine. So console X channel, and then sub out and bus are the other two that have pan controls, and so we need to edit those. And we'll be doing all of our stuff up to the point when the chimney sweep shows up. So we're going to get ready for that, I guess. That'll be an exciting little twist. That'll be an exciting twist on the stream. We don't usually have that. That's not usually a thing. Channel H. And we'll do sub out. There we go. There we got that, and that's all we need to do from H. Now let's adjust the other bits to correspond. And once you've finished with all of that stuff, we can go and check and see whether our levels are wildly off or not. They might be a little bit wildly off. We'll see. Nothing that can't be fixed. Nothing that can't be adjusted. Just a little bit more math would do it. So here's what we made. Oh, yep, gotta include this, or we'll be very, very sad. Boop, and then skip past this stuff, and we've got this one line. To replace all of this. No pan control, no attenuation, bits, etc., even gain. All gets replaced, boop, by that. Then we skip down under here. And that goes here. And that should do it. Question is, what do I need to do in order to make it equate to unity gain again? Although I have the gain control there, so I can just adjust it real close and then figure out what it needs. First things first, let's drag this over here. Then jump into console bus. Oh, chimney sweeps late. Copy that. Paste that there. Here's reset. That's where it goes in reset. Here's the one line that replaces all that other stuff. And it might be fun that you get to pan wildly around. I suppose some people might enjoy the heck out of that. I can't fault anybody for wanting to enjoy create. Oh, how much of that have I selected? No, that's still right. It's all of this that needs to be replaced. Boop. Got there. Then that. We'll build that, and then we'll fire up our little test tone thing and see whether we arrive at familiar numbers for how we're going to need to scale it in order to make it work. Alrighty, so that ought to cover everything. We're going to go back to the lower frequency sign to be less annoying and painful, and we're going to try out each of these things as we go, just to see. Like this should make it be louder, but very nice. And console X sub out specifically. The way it's working, it's not even close to linear, but it's kind of hanging on to stuff. The side falls away very rapidly as you go to the extreme. It does make it feel like there is an appropriate pan law going on. And now, lastly, we fire up effects stacks, which is going to apply all of these things. They are all going to be at 0.5. Let's make this be neutral as well. And let's see how much gain this cuts from the whole system compared to seems to cut a fair bit of gain, doesn't it? So that's about 6 dB down or so. So that's 9 dB, but if it was to be unity gain for centered things, well, we've got a unity gain defined here. Maybe not quite, but still figuring things out. Hey, Jonathan. So you're before 23. Cool. Before you were before, and now you're Jonathan. Fair enough. This is going to be a short stream. I'm already running a little bit over. I am to be interrupted by a chimney sweep. So that'll be the end of the day. But Thursday I should be able to spend a whole day. You can't see the screen because I'm expecting a guy to come walking in behind me. Hopefully not with a big old axe. But that is in fact the screen. So this is me sorting out what my volume levels would look like. It's just a hair under 6 dB. Actually, why don't I never mind with the trim. Let's see how we're doing with the little final trim. Move that down afterwards so that we can enjoy not having it be unpleasantly loud. Okay, unity gain isn't what it used to be. That was 0, but now it is not. So tell you what, if it's already not going to be 0 anyway, we know that that has been normalized to 0. Let's find what we need to do in order to make it be 0. And again, as I warned you, this stream could, I could pull the stream over in a moment, I tell you. But let's see what happens when we start pumping it up. So we can easily make it clip too much. That's fine. So if we were at 0.707 for each of these, because that was a number that I saw, what would we get? No, we're still peaking out kind of hot, aren't we? Oh, wouldn't it be funny if it was the, let's find out if it's the freaking golden ratio again. Yo! Chris, you caught me working. I'm going to need to pull off my live stream. Okay. You'll be on camera if you walk forward, so tell you what. You can stay back for a moment. Sure. And goodbye. And